Good evening, everybody. I think I am live and rocking and rolling. A little bit rough today, so I do apologise for the voice, and I will apologise now if you do pick a lot of background noise up, because that night of the year where there is a lot of fireworks, and also dog's terrified. Stood in my office with not a big office, and I've got the TV on and the radio on to try and distract her. I do apologize. So I'm hoping I am live. Check. There we go from there, and then we'll say some very quick hellos. Yes, we do look like we are live, so that's good. So we will say hello to Carthor. Good evening, sir. Hope you are doing well. Good evening. Let us repair. And Pico Tech. And let me see if there's anybody else hanging around before that in chat. I think they were the ones. So good evening, all. I hope well. I'm live. I never trust it, so thank you, Pico. Pico. Yeah, I never trust YouTube. There's creators out there. I use OBS like all. When I click start, it brings me to Streamlabs, and it won't start me. I've got a bit of a convoluted way to get it. So yeah, apologise if there's quite a bit of background noise. I have tried to put it out a bit. I thought I might. My microphone went a bit, so bear me 2 seconds. It'll my filter. I've changed my my noise suppression to try and cut some noise out. So if you bear me 1 second, I will lower that. Just let me know. Yeah, too aggressive. That's where I got it, my noise gate. I'd done it to try and cut some of the background noise out. I was just playing around with it. I've just lowered it. So if I'm still clipping and cutting out, just let me know, and I'll drop it a little bit more, or raise it, because I've got my threshold on my noise gate at 48, and me closed and me open at 22. Yeah, it's good now. Thank you. Yeah, it was just I'm just conscious that because I've got the TV on in the background and also the radio, just to try and protect the dog more than else with the fireworks. I was just trying to play around with the noise gate, so thanks guys. Sorry about that, but if it does re-emerge, just let me know. So how's everyone doing? Are you all well? You all having a good Wednesday, middle of the week? It's on downhill for the weekend now. We can all relax, take us foot off the gas and think weekend's nearly here. Big weekend for me as well. It is my birthday weekend this weekend. Grand old age of 80. I'll be celebrating it in style. So a new clean pair of socks, maybe a shower. I'd love to say I'm going to cut my hair, but I'll probably just polish my head. And yeah, out for a nice meal with some friends on Saturday night. So yeah, it should be good. And I've just heard a song that's just come on the radio, which takes me back to my youth. Born Slippy Underworld. Oh, what a song. So, guys, thank you. Happy birthday in advance. Yes, I won't be streaming over the weekend. It's Russy Russ. It's happy birthday to Russ. Sunday, Saturday, Friday. I don't know. I can't remember what day. Saturday. Saturday is the big day. Well, just another day, isn't it? When you good evening, James. Evening, Russ. I hope you both are doing very, very well. Right. I say it 3 times. Is that when he comes about? I've had a strange day today. I have been working on. I was going to attempt this Apple computer. We did one. Well, we did 2 of the boards the other night, but we couldn't repair. And then I've got this 3rd one, which I haven't looked at in about a year or so. So I honestly cannot remember what the issue was. We do have some spares to look at that. But got another very strange one. I thought this might be. It's still coming out, is it? Right, just let me lower my noise gate a little bit. Right, we'll see what that's like. I've lowered them both. Yeah, I think it's I've played around with the gain on the mic as well. I had the OBS did an update earlier and it wiped all my profiles out, so I reset all my profiles back up and all my scenes, and then I connected the new thermal camera up and that wiped them out again. A bit of a pig of a day, really. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Just yeah, let me know if it becomes too distractive. I'll get it reset. So, yeah, I was hoping that we could have a look at this between us and somebody could assist with this one. It's a HP Desktop. It's a bit of a strange one. That when I started looking at it earlier, it was posting to the BIOS, but only on first post. Soon as it powered it, and it was coming up with the CMOS time wasn't set, so I changed the. Yeah, it's just a small micro system card though. So changed the CMOS battery, which was reading just over 3 volts. New one's reading 3.4. So BIOS battery is good, and it was coming up like the CMOS battery was flat each post, but it would only post to the BIOS if I took the power lead out and reset the battery. So the second boot as such, after I'd done that, then wouldn't post, the fan wouldn't spin at all. So the only time it would turn on was is if the BIOS battery had been disconnected, and then it would post. The power switch is getting 3 volts and it's grounded out, but it's still not turning on. So power switch is working and there's a signal for the power switch down there. So in that, but it was given a picture. Could see the picture on VGA. Tried the BIOS. Took the BIOS off with the little clamp. Read the BIOS. Downloaded the latest one from the HP website where they had 3. So I've tried all 3 and a couple I found on Badcaps as well. And still wouldn't post. I have now put the original BIOS on and it won't even post now. It's getting 12 volt on here and here, but being a proprietary HP, it's not a standard power supply, so I can't plug a standard power supply in with it. But now it's a bit like it's not powering because there's a short on it somewhere, but I cannot find a short. We've got low ohms on the coils around the CPU. Changed the CPU, and it wasn't that. Changed the RAM, changed the hard disk. The only thing I haven't done is obviously change power supply because I don't have a replacement for that. So there's a few things I have done, but yeah, I just can't get it quite talking or posting right. So I thought we could have a look at this one, or we can do the Apple. So I don't know what everyone's thoughts is. The Apple is probably going to be a lot more in depth. Don't really know how we'll get on with that, or we can have a look at this HP. This HP just might be a little bit more interesting because it's working but not working. And it just might be a little bit more than just under microscope stuff. So what's people's view? Do they want to do the HP, or should we do something with the Apple? I know I've advertised the Apple on the thumbnail, so we can do either HP or Apple. What's anyone's thoughts? HP. One for HP. I'm glad you said that. I'm thinking the HP myself. Either is fine with me. There we go. We'll do HP then. I don't really like Apple now. I don't either. Hot fix, yeah. HP. So we'll do the saucy one. HP sauce. Yeah, so to describe that again, when it came, it would post to the BIOS on first boot, on first power up. Symptoms were it looked like the BIOS battery was flat, replace the BIOS battery, and it won't go to that unless I disconnect the BIOS battery and reset the BIOS. So I'm thinking it was a BIOS, so I've reflashed the BIOS with 4 or 5 different BIOSes, and that's where we are. Yeah, I've already got the HP on the desk. So I think where we will start with this, I'm going to pop the hard drive out just in case, and I'm just going to make a bit of clearance on my desk space and get my screwdriver. Yeah, I'm thinking it's a MOSFET. There's a really weird resistance on. I'm going to try and avoid taking the board out of the case. I've just took the power switch off there. Just a bit more convenient. We'll try and zoom down a little bit so we can all see what we have. So these coils here, I think they're showing us 7.9 ohm resistance, which I felt was just a bit of a strange resistance. They're just a bit peculiar to me as a resistance value. You can see them. Oh, they're all over the place now. They were earlier reading as 7.9, but that was when it was still. You can see that moving up and down quite a lot, and it's going to settle at about 7.9. So it's obviously charging something there. Yeah, I've tried 2 sticks of RAM. I've tried. All right. Possibly chipset BGA though. I use Kesterflux and reflow them. Chip and got lucky a few times. Tried second stick of RAM. Yeah, I've tried 2 or 3 sticks of RAM in it. It's coming up as 8.6 k ohms. Oh, it's okay. It looks fine. Yeah. That was it. And the only other ones was these down here. There was one at. I presume these are CPU. Move that onto camera. These are CPU down here. I have actually changed CPU. They're only other ones which are low. So yeah, a bit of a strange one. Power's going into it. Let me grab a power lead and I'll plug it in. Oh, you can do that for me, thank you. I actually got one, lead farmer. I got one off. Evening, hot cows. Good evening. Nice to see you again. Yeah, sorry, lead farmer. Evening, Philip. Good evening, Philip. It's a HP 290 G2 micro something or other. I can't remember. I got a couple of. I've got it directly from HP's website because they've got them there, and obviously you can get the bin out of the exe file on there. Yeah, 290 G2. And I got a couple of bad caps as well, and I've tried them all, and I've even tried reflashing the original BIOS, but now it doesn't do anything. It won't even spin the CPU fan like it was doing before. So basically, before on turning up, upon powering up, yeah, I don't think it's the BIOS now. I think something else has died. I'm getting absolutely nothing, even with the power switch. There's no lights, anything. There's a slight hum from the power supply, but the power supply was, I don't know if it still is, was reading okay. Yeah, 12 volts on the power supply. So the power supply is kicking out okay. But even with the BIOS reset and the CMOS battery out, it's still not doing what it did when it first presented, which was basically going into startup mode. Yeah, originally the CPU fan was spinning, and it would post to, I've got a flat CMOS battery. I've changed the, I did try the CPU. It's an 8th gen i3, and I put an 8th gen i7 in it because I had one of them spare and an i5 as well. And I've tried 2 of them in it, and it won't do that. But it's not. It was even giving me an error code with no RAM in it. Not even giving me an error code with no RAM. It's like the board is completely dead now. So I think probably the best bet is if I whip the board out, and we can test the board to some degree, because really don't know what it might be now. I'll take the CPU out just to see what that is. See where we're going with that. I don't know what it's like in your neck of the woods, guys, but here it's like the Blitz. There's that many fireworks going off, and considering it's quite a residential area around here. Chipset and power up. Okay. But the thinking it just could be no heat in the chipset. Yeah, I've actually got 2 thermal cameras now. I got my other thermal camera working today, which is why I've had some problems with OBS as well. Yeah, there's nothing on there. And again, this now is different to what it presented with. It did present mild, press and hold. Press power on and see if it starts fan at least. Okay. Right, that's powered up. Press that, and I'll just press the. There's nothing. The power button is. Let me head under. I'm going to put my other light on so I can see. A bit dark under here. Sorry, the exposure will adjust. I believe it was that pin there. So the power button is working. If we look, it is grounding the. And there is a noise. I'm wondering whether the something in power supply, because there's a couple of other. There's another connector here coming from power supply down here, and I presume these are some data or sense wires, because it's not doing anything now. Yeah, I'm going to remove the SSD. Get that out. On the side out of the way. Sticker RAM. Give it a fighting chance and put a sticker RAM in it. Let's pretend we're gonna get somewhere with it. That's the RAM back in. Right, rear fans out. Only thing what are connected now are. That's the SATA cable, but it's not actually connected to anything. So the only thing which are connected is the. Put that out. A bit easier to see. So we've got power going into the board. We've obviously got CPU power coming in down there. We've got a case fan which is plugged in, and we've got I'll leave speaker plugged in. Speaker's not going to make any difference. And we've got the power button here, and obviously this the sensor for the which go into power supply, which is sitting just down here. Into there. Pin 3, so we can. Okay. It did that the other night. There you go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've got it on a USB extension lead into a hub, and I think it's picking up. I am keeping an eye on the VU meter, so yeah, sorry about that. I just basically powered it off and powered it back on. It's Blue Yeti microphone. You just got to take the power off it. Yeah, I did it the other night on one of the streams as well with the thunderstorm. So with the kind of like a jet engine. Yeah, describe it like that. Right, so where we are now. Yeah, when I power on, the power switch is obviously working, but it's not doing anything to the board. And we've certainly got 12 volt on the board. Power switch isn't doing anything to the board voltages. I don't know what these 11.6 down there on the coming out of the power supply. That seems a bit of a strange voltage rather than 12. And 2.8. I would have thought that should have been 12 volt and 3.3 rather than 2. Them two seem a little low, but not too sure. Okay, bad regulator in the motherboard. Yeah, so motherboard out, do we think? Can't do anything with it in there, can we? Let's from my screwdriver I can start. Going by ATX standard, green is power supply on and grey is power supply okay. Hi 8-bit. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. All right, yeah. So green and grey. Yeah. Get this out. And non-metallic screws as well. So they're going to fall out every time I pick one up. Wonderful. Do 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 do. And this is one of those little motherboards which you can't put in a conventional case correctly because they've put an extension on it. Unplug that, need to unplug that, need to unplug that. Staying because that's attached to motherboard. Trying to get all these out when they're not moving. They could make life a bit easier. At least it'll fit under camera a bit easier. I missed one. Feels a bit tight still. Oopsie daisy. And that rear case has got to come, rear fan's got to come out before we can get. That's so everyone can see what's what. As we're going to need the power supply out, I might as well do that whilst I've got the screwdriver in my hand. Now, it's not got a normal ATX connection. And power supplies vary in cost as well. I think the last one I replaced on it, James, was £16. One before that cost me about £70. Because you can't always get them. So it is a bit of potluck. And there's a couple of varieties of them as well. That they come with different connections on end and different lengths of wires. So yeah. But I should, apart from the standby voltages on it, the 3.3, I should be able to get it powered off the motherboard. Sorry about that. I'm deafening you with dropping things. Try and get this power supply out, and it's typical HP. Don't want to, but there we go. Watch. It might be an issue with that. I'm hoping not. I don't like working on power supplies. They hurt when you touch the wrong things. I'll just get this plug back in, and at least then we can test some voltages around the board. A tad easier than trying to find space. And still got that one connected, and the only other thing I want to do is, where the hell did I put the power supply switch? There we go, we're now cooking on gas. Double check that we have a voltage on our 12. Getting that all there, mister. Yeah, we've still got 12, and we've still got power switch working on pin number 3. Right, so we're back to where we were, but obviously out of the case. So what do we think we start with first? Because the issue can be an issue, but I think it's the board. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the board. They did say it was switching on and off. I've just not had that. So yeah, green. That should do it. Start it up as well. They've just got strange voltages on those, because weren't it into 1.2 on the 1.2 is a switch voltage on a normal power supply, I believe. I don't know if you can see that. What you're asking for, James? Yeah, I did I've done a couple of HPs, and one was the board, and a couple were power supplies. This is just different to what I've seen before, in problems. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. I agree with the hot cows. The form factor ones like this, they just make them problematic, and then you can't put a traditional motherboard in because it's got the extension on it. It's like it's moved house. You then can't put anything on board, because what they sometimes do as well, I don't know if you guys have experienced this, they'll put, these won't be standard screw diameters, so a standard cooler might not always fit. The IO shield at the back is permanently fixed as well. It's part of the chassis, so you can't even reuse the case to swap the motherboard out. So if anything goes wrong, they've got you back short and curly using HP to replace the parts, which are an arm and leg, or you're buying a new PC. But hey, they don't tell you that when they sell you it in shop, do they? It's FTX type. Is that the Is that relating to the power supply or the motherboard? Like a couple of voltages around the. We've got a 5-volt there. Oh, is it? Sorry, my sense of humour tonight's not switched on. So I've got my 5. I've got 3.3. Can't find anywhere where I've got a 12. Down here is nothing, which I think that's memory anyway. So what will that be? 1.3, let's say 1.2, 1.3. There's nothing back at CPU, but they're probably switched with thing, and same with coils here. I can change CPU again if we think it might be CPU. Where's the yellow wire going? These 2 yellow wires, that one is obviously it's called the ATX3 connection, but that one's powering the board, I would imagine, and this one's powering CPU. They just both basically come from the power supply. This one, I would imagine, delivers the main power rail round here and then splits this down for the 5 and the 3, which we've just measured, which are present. This one up here, there are some MOSFETs up here, so keep it in camera, but I will give it a good go. Can always switch over to the microscope if needed. Down here there are a couple of MOSFETs, so I'm just wondering whether there's an issue with some of these MOSFETs not switching. Yeah, 12 volt. I have got the 12. We do have 12 volt when it's turned on. You don't get an on and off switch on the power supply either. So you can see I have got. Okay, near the CMOS. Let's have a quick scoot over here then. Yeah, these will be MOSFETs, won't they? For these are the other 2 power supplies. But those 2 power supplies are present, so that circuitry, if you split it down. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Carthor. Yeah, those coils are 5 and 3. We've got a 5 volt there, and we've got a probe on 3.4 there. That's a good point. What Carthor makes is why we've got 12 volts to it all the time and no standby. I think it could be power supply. Doesn't drain particularly quickly. I expect it to drain a bit quicker. Yeah, board's taking its 12 volts straight away. Oh, it's just a dumb power supply, so it will just kick out 12 volts and board will do everything else. Okay. Answers that question. So it's not like a traditional power supply where you get a switch to ground to activate the supply. The supply is basically on all the time. That explains why there's strange voltages on those 2 pins. Because the grey has 11.6, which just seems a really bizarre voltage to have in a computer. 11.6 volts. Yeah. And the brown has 2.8, which isn't as strange. Yeah, hardly practical. You're right there. The 2.8 isn't as strange, but I wouldn't expect to see it on a plug like that. So the power supply must be doing something other than 12 volts, because they come directly from. No, it is. It's only 12 volt. So they must be feeding back into the power supply as. Yeah, so grey. So is 11.6. So that's got to be going into the power supply. So the board, there must be a regulation circuit on the board which is not kicking out 5. Let's have a look. I think these are... Oh yeah, no. It's even disconnected that same voltage, so that is coming out of the supply, isn't it? We'll have a look, see if there's anything on the other side of the board. Ooh, yes, there are. The lovely ITE chip. Something what looks like... Ooh, let me just match that up to where that is in the case, because that looks like a little bit of... Bit strange, because the board is lifted quite a bit off the case, but it looks to be quite a bit of liquid. If it's liquid or just a bit of moisture. No, I think it's rather than liquid. Yeah, there are lots of things on the other side of the board to answer that question. Anything on the side makes a change having something that don't work straight from power on. Yeah, they should be a bit easier if they're power related. According to Uncle Sorin, all power related issues can be solved. Coil. Do you check with thermal camera with power supply connects? I've not yet. No, I haven't done that as yet. So let's give that a blast. Disconnect the power supply, and we will get my trusted thermal camera turned on. Plugged in. Let's get that back on there. Wait for the thermal camera just to wake up because it takes a few seconds. Evening, Andy. Evening, evening, evening. No toffee, apples and sparklers for you tonight, is it, Andy? Oh, wonderful. Got my thermal camera display. Woohoo! Let's get that onto thermal. Toffee, apples and sparklers. You and the children. It is out under thermal camera. You'll be able to... Right. That's chipset. Not getting mega hot though, and it's uniform. Ooh. We'll come back to that in case there's anything else. I'll do back at board as well, just to there's a little that's for USB that though. Can't see that causing any issues, and it's not getting particularly hot. Can't see currently. The only thing on this side what's getting remotely warm is the chipset. Let's just flick it over. See if there's anything on this side. Right, that's back of the that heat spot there is back of the nothing. So there is something, but again, it's not. There is a little IC there. We'll investigate that in a second. Yeah, you wouldn't think the chipset should be getting warm. I mean, it's only 27 degrees. Evening, Ace. Good evening, good evening. We've been hiding out with all the cool kids around here. Yeah, the chipset will obviously. I don't know whether it will, because it's the power supply is kicking out all the time. Does that mean chipset's activated all the time, ready and waiting? Not too sure. Not sure on that. Let's have a look at the other culprit, which is the. At least that's not getting hot. Ooh, that'll be right. That's the chipset location up here. On back at board, which is 29 degrees. And that chip, is that chip there? Put my macro lens on, have a look under macro. Yeah, it's not pulsing or anything like that, so it's not switching on and off, is it? And it looks to be dead center as well, does that? Chipset. Not thinking this is a blown chipset, are we? Not thinking it's that, is it? What maybe has gone? And look what this other chip is. So the other chip, what's getting warm? That there. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just see what this chip is. One of them chips which doesn't. Makes it a little bit more legible. That's obviously got a coil and everything on it, so that's got to be some type of power supply, isn't it? I think Super IO chip. Tell the chipset to turn on, pressing the power button. Okay. One of these I did not long back. It was a similar model to this, and it was the Ethernet controller chip which had gone. Can't really read what that says. Is that something to do with audio? Sure on that one. There's a crystal there and whatnot. But try pressing the power button and see what heats up. I would think the Super IO chip would tell chips are on after power button is pressed. But put the green and black cable back in. You didn't. Yeah, I'll do that now. Do that now. And have a quick look what that chip is. So that's the only other thing. We know other ones are chipset. So we'll have a look on here, see what this chip is. Looks like 811. No wait, is that BT? God, even I can't see. I'm sat here. If the fireworks or anything like here, yeah, is that the Ethernet control? I thought it might be. There we go, I can see now. I did have one where Ethernet controller, and this is an office PC, so the Ethernet does take a lot of hammer. And I just simply removed the Ethernet controller chip, and the PC started to work. But it was lighting up like a firework when I was doing it on the other one. So yeah, That's one to have a ponder about anyway. Right, let's go back onto thermals, and we will do what Carl thought suggested of RT8111 Realtek. Is that audio, or is that? Oh, it is the Ethernet control. Okay. Yeah, powered off. Get this plugged back in. Get the power button plugged back in also. Stick these in so we can see we've got voltage. The wires don't look overheated. Let's turn it back on. Right, we've instantly gone up to 12. Get the thermal camera out. See if anything else. So we know the chipset's getting a bit warm. I'll hold the power button on. I'll keep pressing it. Flicker or something I saw there. I've been testing the Thermal Master P1 today, and there's a really good function on it. There's a trigger temperature you can set, and I experimented with it in the I don't know if it's on all the P series, but anyone got one, you might find it on yours. And it was on the PC software, by the way. I don't know if it's on the OS or Android software, but I set the trigger temperature and it kept everything as grey, black and white until it hit the temperature, and then whatever hit the temperature, what I'd set over what I'd set went bright red, which I thought was quite a good function. I am going to do a review on that when I get a chance. What's that over there? Oh, that's the Ethernet controller. Do you know if this is the Ethernet controller? That definitely shouldn't be getting warm. That definitely should not be getting warm under no... I can understand to some degree why chipset is, if chipset's got to be alive to turn rest at system on, and it's a dumb power supply kicking it through to the board. But if that's an Ethernet controller, that definitely shouldn't be on. Yeah, I'm going to remove it and test it. I think that's what I was thinking. Let's pop that off, because it's just as easy to pop off and try and put back on anyway. Anyone seen me other streams? Don't always go to plan. We had a very good one last night where we were fitting trying to fix a Amazon Fire TV, and we decided to YOLO, taking a voltage regulator off the board and swapping it from the off one board onto the other, even though they're slightly different models or completely different models. Got it all off, did a trace repair because it had blown through the trace, done a board repair, everything else, got it ready, and then Carthor counted the pads for us quite eloquently and stated it had wrong amount of pads. I forgot to check that, so I don't always get it right. Get it wrong more than I get it right, but hey, we have fun. We have some fun. Right, let's bang this over to the microscope so we can all see what blurry images I'm looking at. That's the little fella we're going to be aiming to remove. Just there. Yeah, it did make me smile. Did make me smile, that car though. Did make me smile. Right, because I've messed with the noise gate on this gent, I'm not too sure whether you'll pick the sound of the hot air system up. So again, I will apologise now. No, it looks to be fine. So I'll grab my tweezers and we'll get this little beauty off, and we'll see if this gets rid of it. Quite a thick board on this. We'll just get some heat into the surrounding area. And I'll put my hand over this beautiful heatsink and burn myself. Wunderbar. Put that to one side so I don't lose it. Anybody wondering, that was 440 degrees at 56% air, and it's the Atan air station. Good air station, that. I think a few of the people on here use this. Pull that down a little. Try and cool this down best I can. Nice and lukewarm now. I'll drop that on the floor. Put a bit of cooling spray on it to dissipate a little bit more of that heat, and we'll see where we go with that. Still getting over this man flu as well. Not good at all. Let's plug the power supply back in. Short one in there, long one in here, and some sensor ones in there. Still don't strike me as being right. I do think it might be a power supply issue. 11.6 coming off there. Still not sitting right with me, that. Yeah. If that was the issue, we should get some man flu. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. Oh, did everyone see that? When I powered it on then, the power supply fan actually twitched. I'm gonna knock that off again. Power supply twitched a little bit there. I haven't got a power switch in, because I don't know where I've put it. But that was... been twitching anyway. Okay. Didn't realise it had. I must have not been watching it. Let's put the power switch back in and have a look. Okay. So 3, 2, 1 going on now. So back up to 12 volts. Right, still nothing with the power switch. 12 volts pretty solid on there. It twitched almost always prior. Yeah, I think it's the PSU. Shall we ever go looking at the PSU? Super IO, you mean the chipset, dear? Am I being ignorant here? Sorry, lead farmer. Do we mean the chipset being the Super IO chip? Oh, IT. Oh, you think it might be that one on the back, ITE chip? Yeah, I mean, that wasn't producing any heat. Now, what I could do before it went into this state, when it was booting or posting to the BIOS, it did respond to the power switch. I could shut it down with the power switch. I just couldn't turn it on with the power switch. And obviously, we know power switch is working because of that. But yeah, there's no heat in that IT chip on the back at all. It's just that voltage I just can't get my head around. That just looks a wrong voltage, and the one next door to it just looks a wrong voltage. Put it onto there just to see if it's a differential voltage or something. You've got 2.8 on that one, and we've got 11.6. I'm not 100% sure that green wire is PS on. Otherwise, you could try shorting. I don't think it's power supply on. Because the power supply is on all the time. We've established power supplies on all the time. So if that's the case, it's the board which is turning it on and off rather than a switched at power supply, because power supply is on all the time. Plus, I always thought it was about a volt, 1.2 volts on a PC power supply, PSU. One of you guys might know that a bit different when you bridge the pins out on a power supply. It certainly weren't 11.6, bizarre, and 2.8 again, just a bizarre voltage. I'm going to put that Ethernet chip back on whilst I've got it in front of me, and we don't forget, because do with the practice of soldering. We'll just get this back on, and then we're on doing one thing at once. There it is, hiding down here. Lift by magic. Can't see pin 1 now. A quick wipe with magic IPA. Ah, so where's pin 1, do we reckon, on chip? I can't see any dots or anything on there. There's a crescent of a moon. I think it was... Was it that orientation? Yeah, got it right. I thought I had. I thought I had it that orientation, if I'm being honest. Can't see any... can't see anything on it. Rotate clockwise 45 degrees. 45? You mean 90? Yeah, it must be that little thing there, which is the pin 1 motif. Ah, that'll be why. Yeah, because I've got board in the same orientation as I had it when I took it off. I just assumed there would be some type of thing on it. But we know how sensitive these chips are. That's one thing. We are on a trinocular or binocular scope that you just got no depth of field when you're doing this. Yeah, I did. Yeah, correct now. Brilliant. Thank you, Carl Thor. Thank you. Right, so we'll just tack that down, and then I'll refloat it with a bit of whatchamacallit. Get a bit of magic sauce on it. Well, that's bubbling well. Like it's in a jacuzzi. Jacuzzi. It's having its own little party time. There we go. Just jumped into place. Looks good to me. Bit of press down. A little bit more air. Now we're in situ. There we go. Let that cool down. A little thermal pad on. A big one. I've got several of these thermal pads. I keep using tiny ones. I don't use my big stack of them. It dissipates the heat so much quicker. Going for a record, 14 people watching. Wow. Is anybody watching who's not hit the like or subscribe? Much appreciate if you would. It means an awful lot to small streamers like myself. Just for a couple of clicks of your button. And you never know. You'd watch me blow things up on a regular basis. I don't know if you guys have this problem. You put something down in your extremely small work area, which is really tiny. Can you find it? Anyway, I have to use my my other brush. Managed to get 3 other videos done today. The MSI that we worked on yesterday in the live stream. Finished that one off today. There's a video coming out for that. And there's a little Acer Swift as well. Excuse me, guys. Which I've got a video coming out on, and also there's I did another one as well, 3 today. Some more videos coming out over the next few days. It's cool enough to touch. So are we thinking I'll just try it once more just to make sure that I've not miraculously mended it. I was watching somebody the other day and they don't know what they did, but they touched some motherboard of a laptop and they suddenly mended it. James. I don't think I'm quite that lucky to be able to do that, but we'll give it a shot. Now, turn it on. No. So, we think it might be power supply. Are we going power supply route? We've all done that, haven't we? Haven't we, James? Touched them on motherboard and it suddenly started working. Well, there we go. We'll call that fixed. Only as bad as me yesterday doing those 3. Right, so I've got to ask a serious question here, guys. How confident are we that if I die, somebody can call the emergency services? Because my dog on floor, she just can't. She ain't got the pause for dialing number. So if I do touch something in here and suddenly go bang, it's not going to be pretty. But just clip it so I can watch it when you get back out. I think it must have been because Sorin was watching. He logged into the stream and it suddenly started working. It knew it had met its match. It just thought, I'm going to give up. Uncle Sorin's here. Can't go any further than that. Set that off to start with. We are going to get that thing down. And my leads for that. We have another one up here to do the other side, which is sitting there. Yeah, there. So at least we can discharge the capacitors. One in there. Get the black one plugged in, and then we're all ready. You don't know how to contact the... Well, that's just no good. That's just no good. You're just going to sit here and watch me fry to a crisp on stream. At least I might get more than 14 viewers. Imagine that for me, me watch count. How did you manage to get to 200 subscribers? Well, I just had to electrocute myself on stream. Well, not just electrocute myself. It made, well, I was going to say made my hair stand on end, but we've already established there's not a great deal of that to stand on end. I'm getting an insulator screwdriver. I really don't like messing in power supplies. Oh yeah, we weren't feeling very well earlier. I hope they're okay. Thought that just as the stream, I had it on in the background. So how much are you betting that we're going to be laid in bed at 1:30 in the morning and somebody's going to get home from pub and go, I ain't set a firework off tonight, and set one off at 1:30 in the morning just to wake everybody up? Some just told me I shouldn't fix power supplies. Now I've always maintained, I think I fixed 2 in my life. Yeah, I'm always on edge. I suppose the only benefit is, at least it's a good mate, so there should be plenty of drain resistors to make sure there's no nasty voltages kicking around. Ooh, look at that. That looks like a tasty little capacitor just there. Shall we just see what that beauty is holding, if anything? I would have thought if something's gone in here, it's going to be... oh, wait there. Ah, we have a bit of information here. I will try and zoom down so we all can benefit from it. So here we've got number 1 is power on, number 2 is PSU ID, 3 is NA, 4 is NA, 5 is ground. So number 1 is power on. So 6, sorry, green is power on. So you're right on that, Carthor. They are still using that. And then PSU ID is the grey. So that begs the question: why does it think it should be powered on all the time? It will certainly light my eyes up if I touch it. I'm gonna try and short that out now, just to make sure we can play with my new toy as well. Zoom out a little so we can see if this thing is actually working. Try shorting the green to ground and see if the PSU fan starts. Yeah. On a conventional power supply, all that would do is turn the power supply on to feed the board with voltage and current. Board's actually already got voltage. But Hey, it's worth a try, isn't it? Worth a try. Short this cap out. Zoom is that one there and that one there. And there's nothing on that cap at all, which is good. Wait, there's some other big caps in here. So let me turn it over. Yeah, they look like low voltage ones at this side. We'll just check them. No, that looks fine. I will just double check that because there is a bit of coating on here. I just don't want to touch it. There we go. So that looks. PSU fan should run. Yeah, it should. That's a good point. So if I short out the green to ground, green to black, the PSU fan should spin on there. Let's give that a shot. You just want me to work on an open power supply, don't you? I'm going to plug these into the end, so this should certainly tell us if the power supply is kicking out voltage on the meter in the top right. I would normally do this with a paper clip, but because I don't really trust this power supply, I'm going to do it with a piece of wire. So it's green to black. That fed into there. At least then I can just... The case should be ground anyway. But I should be able to short the green out to the case, shouldn't I? I'll just short it out to black. Right, we'll just turn that off. We'll plug this in, and then I'll turn it on at the main wall. Right, I'm going to turn it on now. Right, the power supply to the motherboard here is still kicking out that. So the power supply is on. The fan's not spinning, obviously, but the power supply is definitely on. Right, the fan on the power supply does spin. I can't really lift that to show you. I don't know if you can just see the fan in there, but if I short out this to... Right, the power supply fan is now spinning. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's now on. But it's not staying on soon as you... Because that should just work as a switch, shouldn't it? As soon as I ground it, it does stay on. It's spinning. Yeah. And we've got a stable... I mean, the voltage kicking out hasn't changed. The power supply is definitely on and the fan is definitely spinning. But is that because it's not getting a signal from the board? If we've got an ID, we've got a think about it like a laptop battery. I'm only... Yeah, I can't figure out why. Yeah, check the power switch. Power switch is working. It's taking 3 volts to ground on the computer on the switch, and the power switch was working before it had this new problem. I'm just thinking if it's like an ID pin on a battery on a laptop, where it only activates certain charge circuitry on a laptop when it's plugged into the main. So if you think about that, I'm going around in circles. I'm probably not explaining myself. So does this activate from the motherboard when the power supply is on to tell the motherboard I'm now switched on and to start drawing current, for example? Or am I just talking Uber? What I am going to do is just turn that off and just drain that capacitor on the back. Because I think we can agree that that is working, switching on and off, and it's got to be an issue with the motherboard. We don't think it's power supply on there. We will just drain that. Yeah, I'm glad somebody understood. Sometimes I don't understand it when I'm talking about it. But that's my thought process behind it. Either that's drained extremely quickly, or my meter's not working, because there's no voltage in them at all. I'm just going to assume that that has drained extraordinarily quickly. So you've had to shorten both to ground. Yeah, because one's an ID pin. Yeah. Well, the power supply's switched on because it's constantly giving 12 volts even when the board's not switched on, as we've seen, even without bridging the green to ground to actually activate the supply. It's actually giving out 12 volts. Don't know current, it's just giving out a voltage. That just might be some minuscule ampage, which is why the chipset's getting warm. Does it then get a signal from the EC chip, because the power button's been pressed, which then says it sends it through the ID pin? Oh, thank you very much for that. I'll now ground the green to switch the power on fully, turn it on. Am I just thinking like it's in a circuit? Yeah. Yeah, I can't test current. The only way I could do it is by well, I couldn't because I've only got one power supply. But I'm going to put case on that, just make me feel a little bit easier. And I'll live to fight another day. Woohoo! That doesn't go on that way, does it? It goes on that way. I always feel a little bit better when I'm screwing a power supply together and I'm still alive. It's always been a good day. Not a great deal in that power supply. Not a great deal in it at all. But it is only 180 watt supply. I'm just thinking, the EC chip wouldn't turn the power supply on if it had detected a fault. Because we have got a good power switch. And obviously that would stop it if it had detected a fault. I know, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think of another way to think about how we can get the fault to show. We've got no heat signatures. The 3 and the 5 are present and they look to be fine. So it's got to be on the... Let's just go back onto continuity mode with the machine that goes beep. Get that in there. Get this heatsink off. And again, which one of you stole my drive? You've hid it down there, haven't you? Just, it's in the way. So we'll get this off. I did have this off earlier. I think this is more fun than the Apple, looking at a tiny little circuit board where we can't really do anything. It's a bit more practical, isn't it? Where to work on. There we go. Lovely. Try it with the lab power supply and see what it draws, and if the current changes while pressing the power supply. I've already thought of that, Carl, though. The issue I had was I don't think it'll do anything because I suppose I could, yeah. I put 12 volt into the board, but leave this connector on. Leave that connector to the power supply, because that's an independent for an ID and whatnot, and put 12 volt into these two, top and bottom, and just see if I can draw anything on that. Yeah, that might be nutty. Let's turn the bench supply on. Let's kick this up to 12, because we know it's a 12 volt supply. Yep, 12.1. It can have a little bit of extra dinner. Let's get that into there. Let's get this into there, and let's get our magic things over here. That one can go in there. That one can go there. Oh, that one in there. Put it backward. Let me get some wire and bridge those. That's a shame. I've got no. I'm going to strip these off, and then I'll get these in the holes, and we'll see if this gives us any reading. Might just fool it into thinking it's got its own power supply connected. It might not, but there's nothing else which is really jumping out at me to say or pointing towards any other logical thing on here. Get that in there. Get this one in here. So we should have now yeah. So we've got positive feeding positive from there to there, which is bridge to there. So that's not touching. We don't definitely want magic smelt like that. That one took down there a little bit more. Those two in there. So if I just put my negative to there, then we should be okay. Ah, we're taking 0.6 there current wise. Going to get the fan on here so we can see if it's doing anything with that. Ooh. Just connect to the fan, and the fan started spinning as I plugged it in. That's only sat on there just for that. Ah. We've got fan spin. I've not even connected this. My supply. How is that drawing current? Can somebody explain to me? It's not. It's fixed, Andy. You're right, but I've got the negative in my hand from my power supply. My power supply is giving it 0.8 at 12 volt, but I ain't connected my negative from my power supply. It's not even switched on. It's there. It must have been going through. It must have been going through Earth circuit. That's bizarre. Because it's not even powered on. Is the the switch is the end right one. I don't know if you can see that, but it's not even switched on. And is this dodgy wire? I don't know if it is. And the my negative's there, so the only way it can be doing it is through negative through spooky. But anyway, we've got fan spin, and I would say I'm wondering whether we've got a picture. I'm gonna just turn that off. And turn that off a second. I'm just going to see if the CPU's at WAM. No, stone cold. CPU's stone cold. So CPU's not awake. Plug in the ground. Let's see if that has any difference. Yeah. Let me turn power supply back on. So power supply is back on. And I'm going to plug the ground in. Yeah, I think that's what it must be. It's just doing like an earth loop, isn't it? So as soon as I put the negative down there, that stopped. I'm going to put this back to... Yeah, now it's not waking up at all. That because our red had come off. Right, that's static current there. Did that just flick up? Or did I just catch it as I was looking away? I'm going to give that a chance to see if it's got any warmth in it. Now, stone cold is that CPU. What I am going to do, get the thermal camera out. It's not responding to power button. Yeah, fan's spinning. CPU fan is definitely spinning. Get the thermal camera on. Look over to thermal camera big screen. Yeah, it's working. That chipset's not getting any warmer than what it was before, which was about 30 odd degrees. That heat signature there. Nothing which is really jumping out at me. There's nothing which is going, I'm red hot, come and save me. I need to be put out. Apart from the chipset. Oh dear, that's a... Let's just tighten these screws down so that's not going to drop off. Put a couple on. I will attempt We've established we don't need that on. Current's not changing, whether it's on or off. I'm going to try and stand the board up. And what we'll do is just turn that off. Set that out. So we thought we were leaving that in because that was the sense pin for the ID. And just see if it still spins the fan. Right, it's not spinning the fan unless this is in. But it's obviously doing something there when I first plug it in. If that then starts on its own, it's obviously going through some type of post sequence. Connect ground. Now it's that. Right, so that is doing something. That is acting as a switch. Look, as soon as I unplug that, that is acting as a switch. I don't think having a ground on it's going to have any effect at all. And I've got 5 amps on supply, so it's not like it's that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to connect the speaker up just to see if there is any. That's now disconnected. So the only thing what we are running on is lab supply and the sense pin in there. But just remember, there'll be no voltages. Let me. I can't see these having voltages because they're not connected to anything. Yeah, so nothing there. Ooh. That is really bizarre. When I put my multimeter in, which is in continuity mode, so ignore me, I was trying to measure voltage. Still got us 5, we've got us 3. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing on CPU. Nothing on. We've not got PEX. Reliant anyway. PEX a lot. 020. Let's ease off. Disconnect this speaker off the front. I think it's very glued on. I don't think it got screws on. Just a couple of tiny screws holding the proprietary HP speaker on. You can't use standard PC speaker. Got millions of those. Plug this in. See what it says now. Goes bang and pop and squeak. We've now got a speaker. We'll power on. No, I don't think it's doing anything. The CPU not getting warm. That Ethernet chip's not getting warm anymore. You know, the one what we removed and put back on. So the only thing now which has got any resemblance of heat is the right hand side of the screen is the chipset. But again, that's only 30 degrees. For the fan to be on, yeah, that's what's confusing me, because we're only putting voltage in the same spots as the power supply, and the fan doesn't spin. But the fan doesn't spin unless I've got the sense pin there. So I think the power supply must be faulty. If we short out the green pin, which is pin whatever that is, pin 1, 2, 3, 4, pin 4 to ground. We short out pin 4 to ground, it should switch on. Because we've now negated the power supply completely. We're just solely working off bench supply. I still can't understand why these strange voltages coming out of there though. Really can't understand that. So let's just grab some tweezers so we can do this scientifically. Yeah, it has gone down a bit. So power supply must be doing something. Find a ground. 2, 3, 4. Ground nearby. Ah, ground's pin 1, isn't it? Might get my head under here. Apologise on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that one there to ground. There we go. I'm forcing it to power there. And it's back up to that 0.8. Well, I'm at a loss. Over to anybody in chat on this, if they can shine any light on this. If anybody's only just joined us or joined us recently, this is a HP Dekstop with its own power supply connected. We've constantly got 12 volts because it's a 12 volt output supply. But the CPU fan does not spin. Computer doesn't post. If we put the lab supply on like we've got, computer, yeah, I've been, you're not too far off there. Computer will. Is there a physical switch to switch it on the case? Yeah, I've got that there. Got that there. But the switch on there isn't it's working. If we the ground in there in at 3. If we look, we've got 3.4 volts on the switch. If I press the switch, it does ground it out. So switch is working. EC chip sending voltage to there. EC chip should be turning it on. I'm only thinking out loud here. The EC chip won't turn it on if it detects a fault somewhere. Just where the fault is, what it's detecting. Could it just be one of the... I don't think it's down here because we know we've got 3 and 5 volts, so I don't think it's on that power supply. I think it's got to be on this power supply because it's going to be a power supply issue, do we think? Shall I just test some of these MOSFETs just to see if any of them are short? But none of the coils are shorted to ground, and none of them are strange resistances. That's 3 ohms, which is CPU, isn't it? 3. One ohm. 1. Yeah, depends if it weren't a direct short, it might not necessarily do that. I've actually swapped the CPU. I put an i7 in it as well. When I take the CPU out, I get a hell of a lot more resistance. So clearly the CPU. We just look at this. We've got 1 ohm resistor short through silicon. I take the CPU out, it jumps right up. I put my i7 in, I get there or thereabouts the same type of resistance. I don't think it's the CPU, but I don't think it's, these are meg ohms now, you see. I don't think it's a short on that. Everything jumps up in resistance on power supplies on there. Yeah. We've got bags of resistance on the entry to the MOSFETs. Ooh, yeah, that was a little low. See, that one's all over. Yeah, all of those look like they're in parallel on there anyway. Another vote for beep speaker. Speaker vote. Yeah. I'm just testing MOSFETs randomly now. I don't think it's them because they were running okay. Those out. We have got a couple of coils on the back. Find a ground. So that's ground. Yeah. Yeah, meg ohms. Driver. I've got another one at the bottom of the screen sat down here hiding out that way. Seems to have a lot of individual power supplies. Is this because it's a 12-volt board? Are we calling time of death on this one? Unless anybody can have a suggestion, I'm out of them now. I think the likely culprit is the is maybe an issue with the ITE chip, and it might have been damaged if the power supply has been damaged, because I think likely the power supply is damaged with it being powered on all the time. So yeah, let's put the CPU back in for safekeeping. Glass on so I can see what I'm doing. Nothing's built to last, is it? Which power supply powers the chipset? Did you find why it's turned on with the board in standby? Didn't find. I don't know if you've been away, James. Have you? Or you've been looking. I'm presuming the one which does the chipset is maybe this one sat at the back, because it's certainly the closest one. There's no shorts on there, and I've tested the MOSFETs on there as well. To why the board is working in standby, not sure, but we've had the bench power supply set up to it, and with the bench power supply on, we get CPU fan spin but only with the power supply's sense pin. So if we short the pin 4 to ground, power supply the bench supply will do it, but only at 0.8 eighth of an amp. It's not even tenth of an amp. It's minuscule, so it's only powering something. So we've still got 3 and 5, but we've got no other life on the coils. But the only thing which is generating a bit of heat is that. But the problem is, what these cost, you can probably buy one of these for £60 to £70 now, because it's not a particularly high spec machine on used market. There's the argument to be said: is it worth investing the time, money, and effort into if a working replacement or being used is probably about that. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether it would be or not. I'm going to give that a bit more of a ponder, but I don't think there's anything else, unless there's anybody got any ideas that can offer up on that one. We did have a bizarre moment with no negative touching the board. The board actually powered up, and then we realised it was coming through the earth loop in the electrics, the office. So I'm gonna park that to one side. Yeah, I don't think there's much else I can offer with that, but yeah, I'll give that park to one side, and I'll give it a ponder and give it a think on there. Now, I'll just try and make a little bit of room, right, ever so decreasing an office, and make sure we put all these screws to one side so we don't lose them. Screw holder. Yeah, it's worth repairing for learning. I agree with that. I think probably where I am with it is I personally can't think of another avenue to proceed with it. So I'm gonna just have to have a conversation tomorrow with the person whose computer it is, and just explain that and see how they then wish to proceed, because obviously there's only so much time you can spend on repairs as well, as we're all aware. Economics of time be effort. We'll get that over there. But yeah, certainly for the learning experience, it's one to want to progress. Let's grab our next Dekstop out. Got a bit more room. A little bit more room. Get rid of that. I don't need that. Not for where we're going. And we can turn that baby off as well. Click that on there. Get that out of the way. Wood tree we can now see. And this is the main event. What you've all tuned in for. I agree, Carthor. I think it's a difficult one, and my concern is if it is the power supply, whether it's damaged something on the board. Just how they were interacting differently with each other and differently with the lab supply. I don't think it was pointing one to other. Because the board was working with the lab supply, but not working as it should with the lab supply, and the power supply weren't giving us the evidence that it was wrong, but also wrong in other areas. So it could be both. One could have triggered the other. Could be both. But again, it's what it is. So for regular viewers, you will remember we had a go at this one the other night, and we never really got to the bottom of it. We thought it might be. I've used the lab supply, you know, my bench supply on it, James, and it's constant current at 0.8. It's not going into any post cycle, and we are getting life on the board with the CPU fan spin with the lab supply, but not the main power supply, even though it's connected in exactly the same way, which again is a bit bizarre. So that would say that if the lab supply is only providing 12 volt like it's providing, but it's not switching the CPU cooler to spin, there's an issue with lab supply, with the HP power supply. But even providing the circuit board with correct power supply, e.g. my lab supply, my bench supply, and shorting the pins to switch it on, it's still not switching the board on fully. So there are two. Not sure. Didn't try grounding that, because that was the one from the power supply, which is kicking out 11.86 volts, which is just a bizarre voltage to have on a pin in a computer, as you know. And the voltage coming from the power supply on the green switch wire was 2.68. So again, it was just a bizarre nothing voltage. It was in between where voltage should be or low compared to the others. So that's leading it towards the power supply. But again, even when we put the correct voltages there, board still didn't work. Oh yeah. It's on back burners for us to think about. Not going to go in the bin just yet. But I just need to have a conversation with with the persons who it belongs to tomorrow, and just run through a few things. So it might make a another show later on in the week, maybe Friday when I'm streaming again. That it might rear its ugly head once again. We can have a look once we've gathered his thoughts and so on. So anyway, gentlemen and gentle ladies, we have this one from the other night. Couldn't repair this. I can't remember why we couldn't repair it, but basically just didn't work. This was a donor board, exactly the same donor board. And then I found in my magic cupboard of bits another one. Exactly the same model. A couple of keys missing, but got a battery, we've got everything for it, and we've got spare keyboards, spare screens, and everything else. So what I was thinking was, we'd have a look at this one, see if we've got any more joy with this one than we had with these two, and if we needed parts, we may well have parts on there. So that was my thought process behind it. Remember on that one, I think, this is the one which had the hot glue holding the Wi-Fi adapter in, and so on that board there. It had the hot glue holding the Wi-Fi card and everything in. So yeah, A2388. I think it's 1466. I think Sparta is right. I think it's a 1466. I will double check. Yeah, it's the 1466. I looked earlier. Glasses on. Yeah, 1466. Probably can't see on camera, but it's 1466. One on there. Now, let me get tidied up. Where did I put power plug for this little beauty? It's on the floor down here. So I think this one had a similar issue. Yeah, it's the MacBook Air. MacBook Air. I think this one had a similar issue where the looking at right side, always useful. Where the green charge light didn't illuminate, which is the same issue what the others had. It just doesn't illuminate at all. So what I am going to do is just remove the hard drive because I need that for the one we looked at yesterday. We can't actually get a hard drive for that one we looked at yesterday. So I'm going to salvage this one and repurpose that to here. So at least that customer and that person has got a working computer because they've only had theirs a few, or just over a month, that one. Be nice to get theirs working. So I'm in your hands, gentlemen, to what, where, how, and everything else. If you want me to test anything, if you want me to have a look for anything on here, as it stands, we've got no signs of life on the little green icon. The daughterboard, this one here you're referring to. Well, the good news is I've got another daughterboard there. So is there a way of testing it? I think we gave up on it because is that the one where we, or was that the graphics card? Why did we give up on it last time? I think we gave up on it because didn't we find some damage on the back of the board as well? So this one had been worked on, if you recall, and we were going in a circle between 3 chips. We kept kind of going backwards and forwards on that one. So I think that's why we gave up on that one. So we will check for shorts on here. I'll get the it's tiny. I'll get the scope down, so at least we can see what's what. Let's get that focused in, zoomed out. I'll check on continuity so at least I can hear a audible beep. So where would I be checking on this 8-bit? I don't really work on Macs that much. I seen. Seen to that one. Here we go. Thank you, Carthor. Been trying to figure out how to get that working. So I can't get audio coming through the speakers at the moment. Had one with the liquid damage around the caps and the audio jack in my case. We just steal the daughterboard from the other, quickly rule it out. Yeah, I can do that. Can do. Might just be as easy that. It'll only be screwed in, won't it? Got to find out which. Straight to it. Light back on. winter. Yeah, I think I had a fourth in fairness. They've just been one screw. They've just been accumulated over the period of time. Doesn't look to be any real damage on that. Certainly no liquid or anything else. The other side looks pretty much okay. I think that's just like a glue mark or something on there where tape's been, and a bit of flux. Now all looks good. Charging port looks fine. They're still nice and springy. Looks good. Let's put it into the machine and swap them over. They do make them fiddly. Outside that one. Oh, come on up. Go. Gently take that out. Trying to entice Paul Daniels to join the stream earlier on when he was on his stream. I don't think he was taking the bait. Alright, that one. I don't think the ribbon cable would reach. That's strange, isn't it? So those are the two screws out of the one out of one board, one out of the other. So one's either wrong or Apple had an off day. You don't need to take it up. I don't know whether I'll get this little. There's a little thing down there. I'll give it a go. Give it a shot. Am I just connecting power up? Is that what you're saying, or do I need some of the other cables connected at the same time, some of the other ribbons, or are they just for? I'll need the ribbon cable connected in, won't I? Put that in the right way. Always works wonderful. That's in. Let's plug that one in there then. Okay. So what we're thinking now is plug that in there. That just flash? Yeah, still nothing on that. Yeah, charging light's not coming on the I'll just change that. I've got a couple of them adapters, so just to rule out the adapter. I'll just check this adapter as well. So this is a different adapter. Yeah, still nothing, and it's quite bright green. might even have a spare one of them ribbon cables. Might not. Oh, wait there. I've got a spare ribbon cable as well. Just for argument's sake, let's just change that. So this is the ribbon cable off the donor machine. So unless all three machines have exactly the same fault, which I suppose if it's a common fault is possible. Get it in the blinking owl. In now. Set down firmly, not too hard, and that's the one. Yeah. Still nothing. Still nothing. And it definitely doesn't need, well, that's speakers anyway, isn't it? I don't know what that little ribbon cable there is for. That's probably keyboard backlight or something like that, is it? Not going to be too... So, unplug that again. Plug that back in. So this is where we started. I think this was the this is one I struggle getting in the. Small is that? Has anybody got a small one? Got it in. Got it in. Got it in. And put that ribbon cable back on. Got a battery as well. Just let's say, for sake of argument, it needs a battery. Let's plug a battery in. So that is everything connected as it would be from factory. And we have no life. I'll check the board to make sure we've got some voltages there. But I'm going to have to do that under microscope because my eyesight is not that good. And we'll get a nice ground and earth voltage on there. Every time Andy's stream plays that, it really does make me smile. It does make me smile. Sorry, gents. We're getting over this man flu. Anybody know which pins on here are supposed to... Ooh! And which pins on here are supposed to have voltage, apart from that great big scratch? Because at the moment, none of these pins have got any... I'm sure there's a Rosman video on this board. Yeah, probably. Well, he's done it on more or less them all, hasn't he? There's multiple actually on this issue of no charging light. Well, I'm going to put right charger in because I've just tested it with wrong charge. That's what you get for having two chargers on your desk. So the good news is my multimeter's working. The bad news is I'm an idiot for not having it plugged in. But we've still got no charging light. So we can see on there. But I'm just going to test these voltages. Right here. Nothing. Right, so we've got 15 volts. 15 should be on one of these others. Yeah, I think it misses one. Yeah, so we've got 15 volts on this board here. 15 there. Yeah. If we've got anything around the we should have 15 on that one, I would have thought. Oh, is this not power? Right, so we've got battery voltage. But I seem to remember us having, it's a 7.6 volt battery. And I seem to remember us having voltage the other day. And didn't we highlight it as something up here? One of these chips up here was getting hot. I think it was that chip there getting hot. Just thinking back on it, we had that under thermal camera. Looks like it is, judging by the thickness of wire. Yeah, I would have said that's power. But if we look at the power on there, 8-bit, get a ground, and then I'm presuming grey is positive, and obviously black is ground. Obviously, there's nothing there voltage-wise, but if we go to grey, got 15 volt on second pin, and 15 on that one, but nothing on third pin. We've got 15 volts coming into the board there. We've got battery voltage, but not charge voltage. Yeah, chip was getting up. That's the ones, wasn't it? we did have voltage, but the chip was getting hot. So, I don't think we actually did. We take the chip off. It was something to do with pin 2 or pin 3 for the enable. Coming back to me a little bit now. We didn't have the enable signal on that little chip up there. And we should have had an enable on that IC there on pin. I think it was pin 2. On that IC. I think that was that's where we were looking. Sure, it was pin 2 where we didn't have the where we didn't have it, and we didn't have the trigger signal or something on one of the other pins either. Just jump straight in with that and just see if we have got that. 7 volt on there. I think that's what we should have had last time. 3 on there. I think we were missing that 7 volts from memory. 3.4 on there. All right, just turns on. Check pin 4 on the inductor to the left. Zoom back out so we can all see. Presume you meaning this one here. Or is that the... You meaning down here, pin 4? I think that's one where... Check on the thermal camera, just see if that is getting up. Yeah, that chip is not... No, you'll just have a look on thermal camera for a second, gentlemen, rather than microscope. That chip is not getting hot at all. There's no heat signature to it at all. So I think that chip on this occasion, yeah, 3.4 is good. I think that chip is... So this is a different issue to what we had last time. So hopefully, with it being a different issue, if it is something on here which is not right, with us having 2 other boards, we've got a strong chance then at maybe doing something correct. So let me back to that one. I'm just going to check some voltages on the board, just see if I've got anything else showing up. Make sure I keep all my spare parts together. I think we had 8 volts on that one last time. I remember thinking 8 volts was a strange voltage to have. Where I thought we had issues last time was yeah, it was the one above the Wi-Fi card. Was that the one? So it's that one there. This is the one immediately above. That's the Wi-Fi card there. What pins? All right, the other chip is asked to measure last time was the one above the Wi-Fi card for SMC reset pin 5 on that chip. Presuming pin 1 is the one with the dot. We had this conversation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is going to be this one here, is it? This is ringing bells now. Half a volt if that is pin 5. Just lifted ground rather than lifting pin. Back on. Definitely half a volt if that is pin 5. Yeah. Is half a volt about right? We've got 712 people watching. If anybody fancies hitting the like and subscribe button, it will be amazing. Right. Don't think that's right. It should be 3.4 as well, I think. So do you know where that pin comes from? Because obviously that's going to be linked somewhere, isn't it? That's going to be linked to around the back, I would have thought. That's an output on this chip. So do we think that it's that chip with them which is at fault? Which is the input on that chip? Are we getting the right voltage, do we think, on? Do you think the input, the one opposite? That's what it normally is. I mean, it's same coming on pin 4 as there is on pin 5. Yeah. So, start trying. I might just have to rotate the board. I can get in with my hands a little bit easier. Set myself on that. It's that way, that way, that way down. So pin 1 is 3.4. Seems a reasonable voltage. Pin 2, I think, is a no connect. It doesn't look like it's connected to anything. Pin 2. I don't really want to push too hard because I don't think I'm going to get in it. These are going to swap these probes round because the red's a bit crap. I just get into it a bit negative. Yeah, pin 2's got nothing on. Pin 3, 3.4. Pin 4, we know 3.4. Pin 5. Pin 6, 3.4. Yeah, 2 is ground, okay. I would imagine 7. Ooh. 7 has got 3.4 on it. And 8 is ground, I would imagine. So if 8's ground, Yeah, so pin 2 is that ground one there. But strangely enough, pin 7, usually they're opposites, aren't they? Pin 7 is a usually get an input and an output side. Am I right in thinking that? Pin 7 is that. Just not sure why. What my probe's over as well. I'm putting right one up, right one. I would say 3.5 volts is probably a decent input. Because does that just mean this is acting as a switch rather than anything else? Not a regulator, is it? It's just a switch. But if you're saying we should have voltage on pin 5, which is that one. We have got it coming in, we've just not got it going out. No, there's no heat on it at all. I'll just get the thermal camera on it. Top right hand corner of the screen, you'll see where I'm pointing with the thermal camera. I'm pointing to the chip there. That's my ugly digit, but there is no temperature at all on it. It's not like it's shorting out in any stretch of imagination. You know what pin 8 might be? I don't know if you've got a schematic at chip. So I would imagine it might not even show by the pen trick. But we can see it a little bit clearer on stream. I need a bit of alcohol. Okay, so it's a T184K. From the enable pin. From the enable pin, can you probe around, see what else it's connected to? Okay, yeah, I can do that. Which one's the enable pin? It's going to be one on the bottom side, isn't it? If pin 2 is ground, are we thinking pin 3 must be current in because it's a thick track? So do we think pin 4 is the enable? Ah, okay. Pin 8 should be 3.3. The schematic isn't very clear whether it's input or output, but it does go from SMC chip to this small chip. Okay. Well, the lowest voltage. I'll just check the pin 8. Should be 3-point thing, but I think it was. So pin 8 is this one up here, just to that resistor. I don't think we had. We've got nothing on pin 8 on that one, and everything which has voltage, Andy, This is by far the lowest one, and that's pin 5, which connects to that chip there. And that chip, am I right in thinking that? Seems to be the ICU 510. Is that particular chip, Carthor? Yeah, so going back to you, Andy. Yeah, that pin 5 is the one which is the lowest proper voltage, which is 0.5 volt, and that should be 3.4. Yeah, do that. I certainly can. Practice it. This is its third or fourth one I have done over the last few days. Set them out, just can't put them back together. Would never need to put them back together. Indeed. My sentiment exactly. This is why Apple rule the world. Get the bloody Wi-Fi card out. Come on out, you little bugger. I think people are just getting home from pub. They've just set the second barrage of fireworks off and the neighbourhood. Little cheeky fella there for the fans out of the way. I'm not staying into it. Right, from memory, there is some hidden screws down here. I'll put these in the same order on that. Up. Go there. Thinking man flu. On the schematic, it says on pin 8, ref output. So that should be an output. Does it say what voltage that output should be? Because currently on pin 8, we're getting nothing. Either the chip isn't working or, well, it's not getting the enable voltage, is it? The enable pin 5, which should have been 3 volts, is only 0.5 volt. Am I checking something before I take the board out then? Because I can run some more voltages on that chip before we take it out. Ooh, it's a tiny one. Right, just before I take the board out, I'm just going to set them voltages just so we are sure which one's what. Plug that back in. Excuse me. Ribbon cable plugged in. change the scene to microscope. Tiny chip is over here. The thing, so a bit that way, bit that way. There we go, there we go. What did you have on pin 6 and 7? I shall tell you in one jiffy. Ground. So, pin 5, 6. Pin 6 is 3.4 volts. Pin 7, which is that blob there, is 3.4. Pin 8, which I think is the output, 0.2, so there's no output. And pin 5, which is enable, 0.5 volt enable. So, yeah. That must be low, because I can't see it enabling on 0.5 volt, which explains why there's no output. But pin 6, 3.4. Pin 7, 3.4. Yeah, the only ones which I think pin 4 and 5 are the same, and then pin 8 is low. I ain't got a battery in at the moment. I've got no battery in, so I've only got one battery. This is a different battery to what I used the other day. So this is that, but let's plug a battery in. Right, there is a battery in now. Should I get different voltages with the battery in? Is that what we're thinking? Ground. Point 2 and half. Yeah, nothing's changed on the outputs with the battery in. Strangely enough, the battery voltage is all over the place. Seven volts. No, I must have just not been connected on the pin properly. Yeah, 7 volts. Howdy doody, howdy doody, howdy doody. Heck, Troll Reader, Hectro Reader 7303. Thank you for joining us. Love your amount. I'm only on a small screen. Is that a dog? Or is it a seal? Can't see it quite, right? Like a dog to me. Little puppy. Good evening. Hope you're enjoying the festivities of the fireworks and the bonfire. If you're in the UK, I think it's really celebrated anywhere else. And they make effigies of people and throw them on big fires and then set explosions off in the night sky. Hey ho. We're strange in the UK. We are strange. So we have. Is it bored out time? Is that what we're thinking, Sparta? Battery is now disconnected. if anybody else has any ideas, please advise. It's an open forum. Every idea is considered. You have spares from the other boards. Declare one of them as donor and swap the small chip to see what happens. You can use either. I can declare them all as donors. What might be worth doing before we do that, and this is just me thinking out loud, because I've got that spare daughter board somewhere. Connect the daughter board up to each board and just see if the voltages on the chips what we're going to swap are any different. I think that's an idea. If I know where daughter board was. Plug that into there. Get the ribbon cable out. Plug that in there. It's a bit grimy. Right, I've got the same symptoms on this one. Measure the ins and outs. Just make sure this isn't doing anything spectacularly wrong. So pin. Yeah, this is even iller. Nothing on any of these. But that we didn't know what the fault on that one was. Let me quickly swap that daughter board onto the other one. Only 2 connections if I do it this way. That onto there. That onto there. That onto there. Back to where we... So this is the board that we worked on the other day. Nice. So we've got 3.4 output on that chip on pin 5. We didn't have that on the one what we're working on. So this has either got a different fault or that chip. Yeah, this has got voltages all around. 2.7 on there. So I think that's the chip what we use. That daughter board to one side. I will remove that chip. So pin 1 with the dot goes top left. Because you don't have a keyboard connected, I had mistaken the battery connectors from the keyboard 1 and 6, and they won't have anything without the keyboard. Well, this chip on here is giving me different readings to the chip I've got anyway. This has actually got voltages all the way around now, this little chip. This is on the board we looked at the other day, but we couldn't repair. So is it worth putting this chip on the other board anyway? Oh, because this at least has an output on pin 5, where the other one doesn't. It had half a volt. This has got 3.4, which is more in line where it needs to go to. Okay. On the good board, he's saying I shouldn't have anything on in 6 and 7. What I am going to do, I'm just going to mark the board so we don't get confused with G for good and G for good on both sides, just in case. He's saying I shouldn't have anything on pin 6 and pin 7. I shouldn't have anything. So this is the one we are trying to repair today. So pin 6. We've got 3 volts. 3.4. Pin 7 is that blob there. We've got 3.4. The donor board, though, has voltage on pin 5, 3.4, which is the enable. And it's also got voltage on the output, pin 8. Where this one doesn't. But you're saying we shouldn't have voltage on pin 6 and 7? Yep. Right, let's do that then. Let's have a shot at that. Keep the keep that to one side. Do that in a second. Take the good one, what I believe is a good one, off. Pin 1's up at the top. Yep, still going, James. Still going. We're just swapping this little IC because I've got the donor boards. Just going to see if we can put that one on there and get it operational, because this has the outputs on the enable and the out. So we're just going to Now I'm just going to reflow it. Don't know why my flux is bubbling like that. It's strange. There we go. Hold on. Get cooled it down. Oh, sorry. Don't solder yet. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. I missed it completely. Do apologise, Sparta. We do need a command. You know how hard they are to set up? We need something. iHammer, I think. So, whilst I've jumped ahead and done that, what was you thinking? Oh, well, it's easy enough to disconnect. But since I've started cooling board down, shall we take it off and take some measurements? Do you want measurements with it off the board? Done a good job of soldering that as well. Okay. Okie dokie. It's easy to take it off. Actually, it's easier to take it off, as we all know. It's getting back on, which is a hard bit. I was feeling proud of that as well, Dave. Done such a nice job of getting it off. Right, put the good one up there and put the bad one out of the way, or what we're perceiving to be bad. Is that a solder blob, or is that... Yeah, get rid of that. I hate noise cancelling. I've got a lot of noise going on tonight. We've got a lot of fireworks going off around about us, and I've got a dog, and she's terrified of fireworks. So I've got the television on quite loud through in the living room, and I've put the radio on in the extension and the cinema room to keep a bit of noise around the house. But you probably can't hear the explosions outside. It sounds like a war zone outside. It's crazy. It's crazy. But hey, that's nice and toasty. That's going to be really warm. I'm just going to put this under the magic fan. Just to cool this down, I'm just going to take it outside and just give it a quick blast with my air gun, so it's not going to deafen everyone. Oh, right, we're back. So let's get the daughter board plugged in and see where we're going with measurements and voltages. That's that in. Bloody hell, you never guess what. That's the power. That's the power. That's the power. Bear in mind we haven't got a chip on. That's without a chip on. So took the chip back off if you remember. We have a light. We have a light. It's alive. It's a light. It's a light. It's a light. Oh my God, my golly golly gosh. Oh my gosh, my God. I'm dancing to myself here. Dancing to myself. I'm dancing. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Damn right. That's better than yours. So, Sparta, you were right. Take it back off and it worked. Dave, we were both wrong. No chip, no problem, fixed. Dead easy. No chip, no short. If only... Do we know what that chip does? We definitely got a little light. Little light. Let's measure some voltages. Where are we going? We're going all the way over here. Yeah, we'll replace the chip in the next video. Out my brand new box. I'm so pleased I fixed a MacBook. Well, I'm taking credit for fixing it. I don't think I fixed it. A, I don't think it's fixed. But B, I don't think it was me. I think I'm just the blunt instrument working on the say-so of others. Let's see what we've got on these pins. So we should have... That's an enable pin. We've got nothing. Pin 6 or 7. I'm going to measure that last. So pin 4. Nothing. I have got a light. Pin 2 was ground. Pin 3. 3 volts. 3 volts. 3 volts. Pin 8. Nothing, because that's the output. Enable pin. Right, that's good, because we only have 5.5 of a volt. So that's now gone up with the chip off. I think it's the chip. So you reckon we won't have anything on there? How is it you want to pay me? I mean, I'm happy to take cash or bank transfer, but I think that's €50 at least, because we've got something on pin 6. Nothing on pin 7, I will say. So pin 3. Pin 3, we've now got voltage in. The differences are pin 5, which we only had half a volt on, which is enable, and pin 8, which we've got nothing on because that's output, and obviously the chip's not there. Pin 6. Pin 6. Pin 6, nothing. Pin 7, 3.4. Five's an out. I thought you said pin 5 was an enable. We've got the voltage in, obviously. And obviously without the chip, just remember, we've now got a charging line. Got no heating CPU, so it's not like it's come on. So, should we put the chip on from the other board? Okay, wonderful. I'm getting excited. I'm so excited, I just can't hide it. I don't want to lose control because this Mac might not work. Let's get that back under there. Get some of the magic sauce out for when I need it. Hopefully. Little chip. I don't see the pin on there, but I left it in the same orientation. Yeah. Oh, I can't see the dot. Yeah, that's it. It was that way. Get my... I will check that before I go any further. So, something on pin 7. Daughter board, daughter board, daughter board. Where did I put that daughter board? I've just took that daughter board out. Can I just take it out and lose it instantly? Why wear a name badge? I don't forget my name. We've still got no light. Right, whatever has happened, it's just... We now have no light on the charger. Just disconnect them again, make sure they're plugged in well. This is because I got overconfident and started singing this. Okay, let's see if we have on. Oh no. Good. Good. Good, man. Good. Let me just turn it right all the way and just make sure. Okay. What other problem do you think I might have on the SMC? Now we've got no light at all. Is that the SMC chip just there? Or is it that one? The tiny one, because we've got loads on here. Oh, TPS chip, it's not that. That's BIOS. RAM. I am presuming that that is the SMC chip, which is surrounded by all the hot glue. If we're looking at the board in this orientation, bottom left in that orientation, or if we flip it, bottom left, it'll be a left corner, won't it? So it'll be this one up here, or yeah. I'm presuming one of those chips. Oh, it's the big one, is it? That's the big one. And that's got a lot of stuff going to it. That's going to be the SMC. Ah, right, okay. Even without the chip, it's still got voltage, so you think it's faulted because of that. Okay. Top right now. It's got to be one of those. That's the biggest one in the area. Okay. Can't see the. Can't see if there's any numbers on that. It is. There you go. CD321. You're looking at the wrong one. I was out of sync with the stream. To the left, to the left. That one. The big one. Big boy. Big boy. Big boy. Yep. Excellente. So, if we think there's a problem with that, there is little to no chance that I can do anything with that. Unless it's something supplying that and it's one of the little things around it, because we do have. Because I would imagine that's programmed as well, is it? Isn't SMC on off power button? I might be wrong. Or the power pin. Not completely sure, but I think I remember seeing the Lewis Rossman swapping. He swapped that. Wow, aren't they programmed? I mean, it's certainly BGA, so I would have little to no hope of getting one successfully transplanted, even though I do have spare boards. Ooh, slightly different this board. I want slightly different. Where's the other spare board? Oh, that one's the same though. 980 YA. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah, 980 YE. Carthor. Yeah, it's an out from the keyboard connector. If we still have voltage without the keyboard connected, it has to be an SMC. It's the only thing left on this line. Why did it just power though? You know, before Why would it? Why did it come to life? And then for a few attempts, and then suddenly, was that just to get me excited? Is that Tim Cook just going, shit, somebody's just repaired one of our MacBooks, let's send a signal out and kill it again? Should it be pulled to ground? So I think 3.4 out is right. There is a pull-up resistor. Yeah, there's one on the other side, isn't there? Are you referring to this little chappy here? On pin... That's on pin 8, though. Pin 7. I know what I'm saying. I'm proceed with replacing small chip. I just don't read the part of the scheme. Do you think we should put that chip back on? Or put the replacement chip on, should I say? Let's get my magic goo again. Clear a bit of space on the desk. And put it back on. Let's put it on. Oh, let's put a bit of heat into the board to get it warm. It'll take a lot. I'm more worried that why it worked and then it suddenly stopped working. Let's get the little IC picked up. And they are little. It was so nice last time as well. Miles away. A drunken dog could put it on better than that. Looks good to me. Take a bit of heat out of that board. Sorry, I'm back. My PC lagged out. I think you were asking which one to put. The one we think is good. Yeah, I'll put that one on. I'll just take some heat out of it. Yeah, I was asking. I wonder why it just decided to stop working. You know, the whatchamacallit. I'm just going to set this board back through and just give it a quick jet of cold air, because it doesn't half retain some heat. I'll just be 2 seconds chat. Sorry about this. Quicker doing this than it will standing around. Right, chat. I'm back. Vengeance. Can I just ask, is the message coming through on a screen? I have a message. Did that just come through? Did anybody see that? Been experimenting with Streamlabs, that's all. Yep, brilliant, fantastic, thank you. I wasn't too sure whether it was working. So I can see it from my end, but I'm not always sure whether it's whether it comes through actually in real life. Right, that is all connected. So we will put the daughter board on. This is the daughter board which was lighting up before. Enter in. Are we taking bets? Will it work? Won't it work? We're just wanting a light, really. We did have a light, didn't we? But the light went out. So let's fingers crossed. Let's fingers crossed and see if it works. So power adapter is on. 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Why? It was working. Gonna try the other board just to be double sure. Let's just try it in chassis. No, nothing there. And I'm just going to double check that it's not damaged the power adapter, because we know what Apple's like. Yeah, it feels like I'm something. I'm not too sure whether it's close. Yeah, still nothing on there. Right. So. What now? Do you have 3.4 on pin 5 now? We will check that. Let me connect the daughter board back up. That nicely snug in there. Let's get some power on the equation. Look at this wonderful soldering job. And let's get physical. So we're after 3.4. 3.4 volts on pin I was just checking power supply working. Pin 5. 3.4. 3.4. 3.4. We've got a full house. 3.3. That chip is now working. 2.7. Seems a bit odd, but 3.4, then ground, and then that one is a test point where, yeah, 3.4. So I think now that pin 5, the enable, 3.4. Oof. Go. So that is now functional. I just can't get my head around why it was lighting up and now it's not. Definitely a little bit of a quandary and a little bit of a puzzle. Does that chip there feed? No, that Wi-Fi chip was a problem with the other one. But you're saying it feeds something with a keyboard, does it, for the SMC? Floating pin being one I've not soldered down properly on that chip, do you think? Or do you mean a floating pin which has a floating voltage on another IC? Okay, they go to the SMC on the other side though, don't they? The two input lines that come from the keyboard connector. Can you quickly just connect battery and keyboard and try to turn it on? I certainly can, no problem at all. I will try to put it back and the keyboard and see if it powers on. Okie dokie, we will give that a shot. Yeah, that's the chassis because that's got the daughter board in that. That's got the whatchamacallit in. I assume that's the keyboard connector, isn't it? That's the backlight. Connect them up. Yeah. Tweezers, tweezers, tweezers. Dun dun dun. Dun, dun, dun. Right. Don't need speakers. Let's put display in just in case we have picture. Not too bothered about that. That can go in there like that. No idea what that's for, but it's for some screen probably. And a ribbon cable attached to that. And connector. And loosely in. Sides in. Underneath the board so they're not short anything out. In, and Big Bertha battery. Fan connector in, that would, yeah. Connect the battery up. Okay. So let's see if we have light. No, no light. No light. But let's just see if it does power. I doubt it because live there. Don't know if you can see that on screen, gentlemen. And you probably didn't hear that because of my noise, but you will see the picture on screen. We have picture. It's loading the macOS. We have picture. We've live. We brought it back to life. There's no hard drive in here. So it should get a recovery console. It should get a recovery console. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. But we're still not going to need charging light, which is really bizarre. Yeah. So that's just basically saying we've got none of that. Wow. Sparta, Carthor, you are goats. Amazing job. And I think Dave had some input as well. And James. Yeah, goats. But we still don't have a charging thing there. But we do have live. And CPU is getting toasty. We measure the voltage, see if it is actually charging the battery. Because that. Let's have a look and see. I'm going to just put my microscope on because I can't actually see round back. So we have. Can you see if that's going to go up? Stick that in there, yeah. Get that onto that just there. That's the power adapter off. That's the power adapter on. Yeah, it's making no difference to the voltage. And I think it's going down rather than going up. We have still got fan spin. And CPU is very warm. Yeah, fans kicking in. Fans going, I need to cool down. relocate that under that rubber. Blow, my little baby, blow. Yeah, I don't think that's charging. Don't think it's charging. Right, 8-bit. What it was was that little sucker up there. But when we removed that, the charge light came on the power adapter. And about 4 or 5 times after I'd plugged it in and whatnot, it decided not to work. So we have now fitted that, and it is now working, but it's not charging. So we do have picture. Probably transplant this into the other. Got a couple of keys missing. I've got a couple of shells down there. So probably rebuild it in one of the others. But it's what we can do to have a look at that charging issue. Is that likely to be? Will it start without battery? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get it onto recovery. Right, guys. I'll get it onto recovery mode, but fanning a bit better because it's getting very, very toasty. And I'll disconnect the battery. Put it into recovery mode. See if it powers through the DC adapter. Get that back in there like that. We have fan spin. Have DC adapter in, but still no light. Yep, I will get that done. So we've got that. I'll just get onto the one where it's got the flashing file to say there's no hard drive in it. Should be any moment now. Say with confidence, any moment now. There we go. So we have that coming on there. But I'm just going to stick my head under here. Sorry, gentlemen. I'm just going to disconnect the battery now. No. Goes off as soon as I disconnect. So it's not taking any power at all from that. We know that's working because I've got voltage on the pins there. So it's not powering from there. So you want me to check the MOSFET above the battery connector. Am I just checking it for a short to ground? Just so we can see what I'm doing. Go to the driver on the other side of the board. Okay. Connect some of these plug-in bits. Put on. Sorry, I know I'm on microscope, but I'll be using scope in a second. As soon as I get the board out, we will be on the right scene. I'm connected, which is a little bit. So, which is the battery connectors here? Is that the driver there? That on the other side of the board. Okay, so it will be that one. Bigger than that though. All the ladies tell me that. Well, the battery connector is here, where my finger is. So that looks like a power supply here. That's not it because it's not a power supply. So if it's not that, is it that thing there? To the left. I'll move slowly because I'm not too sure. I'll leave it on there for a few seconds. Yeah, that big one. That one there, that's it. Wow. Okay. So am I just checking for a short round there? Well, I can't find any shorts round there. The short there. Unless that's meant to be there. Couple of shorts there. The short there, and there's a short there. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 14, 20, pin 20 and pin 19. 13, so 7, 14, so 13's that one there. Pin 13, there's no short. The short that appears is pin is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7, 14, 21's there. So pin 20 and pin 19 are the ones what look like they've got the shorts on. Half an ohm on pin 20 and pin 19 hasn't actually got one on its pin 20. So pin 20, so pin 20's, pin 21 is a short as well. Pin 20 and pin 21 are both. Oh, that's now come back to life. That's up and down. Pin 20 is more or less direct. Pin 21's direct. Pin 20, it's a short. Ah, okay. Check the other side of the board again. Where would you like me to check? Back around the IC? Or you mean down near the MOSFETs? I wouldn't have thought it was a problem down here, because the battery's powering it. Sorry. If the battery's powering it, there's not a short on the battery side of things. It's a short on the main power rail. The DC. So wouldn't it be somewhere on the... Not on the daughter board, because both daughter boards are doing the same. Am I overthinking that or not thinking about it right? Yep. Chip. Go back to the chip above. There's some inductors. Which chip are you referring to? Okay. I will have a look round. No rush at all, Sparta. Thank you so much. My thought is, we've got the voltage coming in here, the 3 on that side. Check that fuse. Can't resist checking a fuse. It works. Is that, again, I don't know whether Mac work like this, but I would imagine it will, because electronics are electronics. It's working on the battery. It can't be a battery issue or battery power issue. It's got to be on the DC input, which basically comes off this daughter board here. But we know daughter board must be fine because we've tried 2 daughter boards. So the power basically comes down here into here. I would have thought that's power supply for the CPU. But no short on those MOSFETs. Those are definitely CPU related. That's power stage for the CPU. That only leaves it with things on the back of the board, so it comes in this bottom corner. I don't know where pin 1920 come from. Are they output on the chip? Get back down to this bit. It's that one there. Don't know their outputs because they're shorted. In resistance mode, they are showing pin 19. Less than an ohm. Sorry, pin 20. Pin 19. Pin 9. I mean, that is all over the place. It's not. Now it's dropping. But pin 20, it certainly is all over. And pin 21, I would imagine, is probably ground because that's a more direct one. Inject into that line. The short is either the chip or one of those caps. Okay, so which pin am I injecting to? I can't find anything else on those lines. Has to be there. Okay. Get the supply down to 1 volt. Yeah, camera's still working. Get that. Get that. My little pointy thing. Get that over to thermal camera. Good ground. On there. So which pin? This chip is notorious. Okay, remove the chip and test again for shorts. Are you saying remove this charge IC lead farm? I do have spares. I've got a spare one of them, so I can always put it back on if that has gone. So shall I inject voltage or remove the chip? If I'm injecting, I'm all set up to inject voltage. Just need to know whereabouts I'm injecting which pin. Ah, okay. So just so I'm clear, first finish your test. I always suspect that chip. Okay. So presume I'm okay injecting anywhere here then, because if they're connected, it'll do that. So okay, I'm ready to test. Stick that in there. See where this goes. If it pulls any current. Oh yeah, pulling some current. I might just knock that down a bit. We don't want that much current. I'll do 200 milliamps. Let's see if anything's getting wham. top right is microscope. Left hand side is thermal camera. Can't see anything on there getting warm. No, definitely nothing on there getting warm. Do I need a bit more current, do you think? It's certainly pulling enough current. And it must be close by because it's dropping my voltage right down. You sure that's not ground? Because it's taking my voltage right down to 0 volts. when I inject voltage there. Got a bit of heat in that chip, but nothing really to write home about. Not ground. I'll just swap it. We suspect it's that. Is that a board or is that a chip? Sorry. That's probably one for Barty to answer, Farmer. While you guys are looking at that, I'm just going to make sure I have got the same chip. It is one of those. That one, that's the BIOS chip. Got right side of the board. Yeah, same chip. I have got the same chip. Oh, the board model. Board model is that the one? Or is it that? Not too sure. Let me take that chip off that other circuit board then, which is that one sat down there. So pin 1 goes to the top. That's why it's a donor board, because we are taking bits off it. Turn the supply off and find the tweezers. Okay. Near the NVMe slot. Oh, that one there. 820. 165A. Success. wonder why it kept removing it. That's a bit bizarre. So I'm going to get this this one off. This is the good board. Don't hold much hope out for that little bit of foam there. Yep, just give up straight away. It's too hot, it's too hot. Put it on big screen rather than thermal camera. Good one's on left. Good one is on the left. Is it? Can I do something on my side for that? Moderation activity. That's turned off. I thought I had it. No, nothing I can do to get that message back. Sorry, I can't help on that one. Ah, it's YouTube. Okay. All right. Right, it is still a little bit warm, but let's stay on resistions. Let's get that probe on, go around. We're looking at pin 20 and 21. They were both connected with. Disappeared. We're in meg ohms now. Yeah, meg ohms. So we think it was that chip. Yeah, 19 and 20. Thank you, Sparks. So if we're in meg ohms there now, they're both connected like we were saying. I know board's warm, but even so. Actually, 20 meg ohms on the pin itself. You mean check these other pins? Meg ohms. Meg. Like a no connect anyway, that one. Looking good so far. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the chip as well. Looking really promising. That I've not found any shorts at all. Them to a connector, we know that. I thought that was ground before. You know, strangely enough, that was at 0.4 of an ohm. That pin 21. And that's completely gone now. Started, so I'll finish. And just to be sure, yeah, it's the chip. I've already pulled it. It's all ready to rock and roll. Good one on the, yeah, I think it's the chip. Do you know what? We're going to go for it. We're going to get the old air soldering station. I'm going to put some heat into this board and warm it up a tad. Maybe warm right chip up. Grab the chip. Is that the right one? Yes, it was. Ouch. Get some magic sauce on it. Excellent. That's what we're after, is that green light. Got a nice little drink of that. Get it nice and toasty. Put it on sunbed for a few minutes. Yeah, Smart 6. Yeah, Mum. Yeah, Mum. You know you want to. You know you want to. Too far. Burning my hand. But nearly celebration time. Not celebrating too early. I think that's what did it. You reckon a bit more flux to refloat it? Thought it had gone down, but let's give it a shot. That's what you think? Ah, perfect. Yeah, I thought it had gone down. Thought it had. Give that a quick clean up. And there's my toothbrush. What I was looking for earlier. Right, I'm just going to take this into the other room again, just so it doesn't deafen you guys whilst I just blow this with cold or cooler air. Give this a bit of a clean, bit of IPA to make it look neat and nice, ready for inspection. I think, in fairness, I think from what I could see, all the pins seem to go down okay. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be difficult for me to look at the side ones, but I think they all went down. Yeah, and last one is there. Yeah, I think they all look good to me. We'll get back onto there. Looks good, looks good, looks good, good. Let's get that over that side. And go that way. Don't put that in. Still got a little bit of heat in it, but not anything well excessive. Just a warm, sunny day for it. Where the hell did I put the ribbon case? It's there. Home first test, yes. Good point. Testing you. See if you're paying attention. Well done, you passed. Ah, resistance. Yeah, we've got a ground. Ooh. That looks good to me. That was really low before 0.2 or something like that, 0.02. Yeah, so that looks really nice. And them two are connected, aren't they? I think that's looking superb. Superb, superb. This will be an awesome result. Plug that one into there. And get this. Just going to see if I can get the power light. And if we can get the power light, we will then put it in the chassis and see if we get a charge indicator. There's only half a dozen of us here. I'm just aiming for power light, just to see if it'll give us a thing. There's only half a dozen of us here, so I think we hold his breath say a few words and let's have a go at see if it goes on. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Don't think it's picking it up on camera, but you see the faint orange glow. We have life. We have life. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, gosh. Wow. Not getting too excited because we got this far last time. Let's get in chassis. Let's get it in chassis. Excellent. Will. I'm gonna put it in this one because this has got keys and everything in it. Other one's got some keys missing. So we'll pop it into we'll pop it in here. Okay. Well, this is a different different chassis to what belongs to it anyway, because the one what belongs to it has got missing keys. Whilst it's out, let's put it in a nicer case as well. I think get in that hole. You have it. Go. Tweezers. That one. That one. Good evening, Tony. Good evening. How's the amp video going? Managed to get it sorted? We've just, I'd love to say I've just fixed, but I haven't. I've been the blunt instrument of some extremely helpful and knowledgeable people in chat. Wonderful members of a magnificent community. So we've managed to fix bloody pancake drink. This MacBook needed a couple of different chips swapping over from. Fortunately, I'd got a, you know me, got a donor of everything, and I'd got a donor board for that. Battery. Got them in, got that in, got this in, got that in. And we need one of these things here to give us a picture. Just plug that in so we can get some type of sound output as well. It would be lovely to have sound. I don't know what that does. Is that just for... I don't know. Cable's going. Not showing anything. Ah, can't go in. Oh, it's there. I'm looking for it and it's been put to one side. Oh, if you're streaming on Friday, Tony, I will give it a miss then. I was going to do another on Friday, but I will give Friday a miss. You are doing it, sir. I think, therefore, I am. Let's plug the battery in here because I can hear everyone going, go on, get on with it, get on with it, get on with it. Dramatic effect. Turn that light out so we can see the charge indicator because we're positive that the charge indicator will work. Probably won't work unless I plug the ribbon cable in, will it? Now plug the battery back in. Come on, you doofus. Charge indicator. We have a charge indicator. You know what? I've never been so happy to see an orange glowing light. Yeah. And you probably just caught that on there. I don't know if the screen works on this one, but I'm hoping it does. Oh, we have picture. Can't open it too much because the yeah, fan spins. Yeah, fan spinning fine. And we have picture. It will go to the what do you call it? Flashing screen like that. Yeah, I've got Apple logo. Got the sound as well. I'm just gonna put this into recovery mode. Command R, I think, on this, isn't it? I will just shut it down and go to recovery mode and then Wi-Fi won't work because I haven't put card in. But yeah, it's going to recovery mode as well. Options, Command PR 2 times. Yeah, that'll be PRAM. Won't need an SMC reset, will it? Because we've changed SM. No, we didn't change SMC, did we? It's Command, where you need like 6 fingers into it. Command Options PR twice. Is Options Control, isn't it? PR. Oh, where's me? Can't even find my R button. There it is. Yeah. And reboot it. Is Options Control or is that Alt? Yeah. That's one beep. Do it once more, then I can let go. That's it. Yeah. There you go. It's done it on third one. I'll let it go. And it's still. I ain't got a hard drive installed. I've got hard drive up there, but I ain't got a hard drive installed. Right. Hard drive, hard drive. What I want to do is just disconnect the battery. Yay! Still working on AC adapter, so good with that. Right, this is, I believe this is a good working hard drive here. Pop this in. Yeah, I always struggle with USB when I have to do these. I'm such a pain. I much prefer the internet base, but I ain't screwed Wi-Fi card in. And I know it takes a bit longer, but I'm not a native Mac user. So I do find some of it clunky to get round and use. This is the one with the with the hot glue on the Wi-Fi card. So this is the chassis of the one we couldn't repair last week. So at least it stopped it going to landfill. Why can't I blink and get that in there? Don't want to go in that hole. The hot glue, which is, I'm going to put that there anyway. Wi-Fi cards in. I need to take it back out to put rest of the screws anyway. So do that. Put battery back in, which is that one just there. Turn it back over. Yeah, I use Transmac. To format a USB and then burn the image onto there. But yeah, I just find it, again, because I don't do it that often, I just find it a bit of a pain to do. I'm thinking this this drive may have an operating system on. I don't know what operating system, so I don't know what version of OS or anything, which it is loading. It is loading. So that's always good news. Yeah. But trying to find the correct image file as well. It's just yeah, it blows me head. And then some of them you can't do it off that. You can't use recovery anyway because it's got no recovery partition on drive, and recovery weren't part of the Mac OS. I'm just going to cover this up for 2 seconds because I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'm just going to cover that up because it has got a customer's name on, but you can see it's all working, and we have a charge indicator down. Excuse me. Down here we have a charge indicator. Right, if you can just give me 2 seconds, I'm just going to put a bit of tape over the name, and then at least I can show the screen to some degree, and we'll see if the keyboard and mouse are working between. I don't know. I've had this drive a long time. So let's see. The mouse is working, as we can see. And I will click in there, and it's typing a load of things. It'll tell me I've got wrong password because I don't know the password. Wi-Fi icon is also Wi-Fi is not working yet, but that's least my worries because I don't think card's screwed down. So we've got to call that one. We've got to call that a fix. We've got to call that a fix. We've got a MacBook Air that was dead and buried in the drawer for well over a year, 18 months to 2 years. What's been salvaged with the help of 2 of its lovely friends, which have given their life graciously what we couldn't repair, and I managed to rebuild it. But you know what? The greatest, I think the greatest achievement is you guys in chat, because I tell you now, I could not have got anywhere near that without certainly the help of Barter, Lead Farmer, and everyone else who's assisted today, James and everyone else. And sorry, I don't look at the names always. I read the chat, Carthor and people like this. So I'm very fortunate to have you all in the chat, guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, this is a good little one. This one, on this, what I may do, it's no use to me. So what I might do is just make sure everything's working, get an operating system installed. I'm going to have to see if I can get a hard drive for it. And some of the bigger items like this, I'm thinking of maybe giving away to the subscriber base, to the people who are in chat and whatnot, towards Christmas, and post it out to your FOC. So if you do want a chance with that, make sure you tune in for the streams. Well, that sounds like tuning for the streams, but yeah, just want to make sure everything's right as well with it. But yeah, thank you so much for all your assistance and help on that one today. I'm going to just go down and click shut down so I can just shut the computer now. But yeah, cracking result. Thank you so much on that. Thank you so much. And if anybody is repairing them, they do need any spares, I have those other 2 boards as well, and I'm more than happy to forward these if anybody needs any spares. I've got a screen here as well. I've got a chassis and whatnot as well. So if anybody is in need of it, let me know, and share alike in the community. So that is that's what the doctor ordered. A nice little result today. Pity we didn't get any further with the HP. We started at the beginning of the night, but yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I probably could make another one with that, because there's 2 boards are very slightly different to each other. I mean, this is one I've been using for parts tonight. Most noticeably, the bit at the bottom, that chip there is different to that chip there, as you probably just see on camera. Other than that, I can't see any differences. That is an 82165A, which is identical to one we've just repaired. The other donor board I've got is an 82165A. So yeah, could probably there is other damage on one of them, so we'll just make the best of that one. But I've got another screen, I've got a chassis, I've probably got a back cover kicking around somewhere as well. So I think I might even have another one of these boards. So the amount I mean, blessing James will stick up for me on here, the amount of stuff I let James have, and I probably threw twice as much of that away before I let James have a load as well. So I've probably got some stuff kicking around to do that. But yeah, might have a look at that on another attempt at that one. But yeah, thank you again, chat. Thank you again, guys. Very much appreciated. Really enjoyed it. Thanks for letting me into your homes and be part of it for this evening again. Really do appreciate all your help and support. If there is anybody sat in chat who's liked what they've seen, please stick me a like or a thumbs up or a sub. But yeah, thank you very much. I'm probably not going to stream on Friday if Tony's streaming. No point in 2 of us streaming. Can all catch up with Tony as well. I'm off tomorrow, and then it is my birthday weekend, so I've got plans this weekend. So this might just be my last stream for this week if I don't stream Friday, and I only stream every other week, so I probably won't be streaming next week either live. But I have got some videos coming out as well, so keep an eye out for those. They're more how-to videos. But yeah, thanks again, guys. Been a pleasure. Been wonderful sharing evening with you. Thanks for all your help and support, and take it steady. Have a good week and enjoy yourselves until we catch up again. Thanks a lot. See you soon.